I swear. I'm feeling that right now. Alright. I feel like there's some people that'd physically kill to act like the adults that they are. Let's start. Where do we want to start? I don't know where I want to start today, to be honest, in music. The hardest part about finding a good place to start is that all the areas that I don't have to touch it for a while, I freaking cling around, like, constantly. We'll start here. It's close to where I normally start, but it's not quite there. I also need to remove a song from this. Hey Hades, thanks for the follow. How you doing tonight? But yeah, I don't know. Some people, dude. Oh, not too bad. Now that the heat's going down for the day. Aside from dealing with certain people that are 30-year-old children somehow. It's weird how I wind up, like, finding these kinds of people all the time, though. They just latch onto me for some reason. Need to clean my cup again. I thought that was on the outside, but on the inside, and I don't know where that came from. Hey, and thanks for the biddies. Once I get my drink here, I'll actually get into yapping about what I've been dealing with today. I say dealing with today, it took me like 5 minutes. 5 minutes to solve a problem that's been going on for months. It's a recurring problem is the thing. Like I said, I seem to constantly attract people that in my personal life, constantly attract people that have no concept of, hey, I'm an adult, I can converse with people, and they're not going to immediately crucify me because I said something that wasn't stroking them off. I mean, I say that, but Christ. If there's anything I've learned from social media the past few months, I suppose that the stability of the average internet user is not great. But I've had one person who would just constantly cycle through and go on ghosting sprees effectively between like an hour or two conversations. And I had to basically outright state to them, "Hey, we're both adults here. Can we please, like, can you just say if you don't want to freaking converse any longer? I ain't gonna crucify you." And I kept my word. I didn't freaking flame them, but I was very much annoyed that it took as long as it did for them to converse like an adult. It's not even the first time this has happened either. I mean, we've all talked about, like, name share in the past, right? Their name share's main crutch was not that they were a bottom. As their, like, excuse as to why that they behaved the way that they did, but I don't know. Everyone's got, like, something it feels like, where they're just like, I have no idea how it's not Friday. I thought that yesterday was, like, Friday or Saturday or something. I don't know if it's the fact that the heat's coming back, or if I'm still thrown off from Labor Day, like, over a week ago, or what. Would it be more or less? Would it be more appropriate or less appropriate for them to have you take a holiday for the day? That's the real question. I actually don't know what my answer would be on if it'd be more or less appropriate, to be honest. It might be less appropriate. It's similar to those kids that say Happy 9/11 kind of deal. Except your job should know better than than that. Kids don't know better. Let me go grab my food. I have zucchini to snack on. Ah. A moment. One extra moment. Alright. I was actually debating if I was going to stream over here or on other site tonight. Because the primary other thing I have to do right now is work on model stuff. Like, as far as mandatory stuff. If I do art tonight, it'll be doodling and whatnot. Maybe a little bit of, like, genuine practice, but, like... Good night, question mark? But, as I've mentioned before, I don't really want to do the first parts of making the new models over here because I don't trust Twitch to not A, bonk me for the Barbie doll nude bases, effectively. Fuck knows that Blue Sky doesn't give a shit about the fact that there is nothing there. It just goes, oh, hey, there's skin there. I guess that you're basically putting porn over here. Why did those not show up on... They don't show up in my MIU, which is weird. I also find it very funny that there was something that was more explicit I posted on Blue Sky. I marked it as explicit, and then they're like, oh yeah, just a little suggestive, and it's like, what is your ruling on this, dude? At this point, might as well just freaking go with Twitter style of just mark everything that's not safe for work at all as not safe for work. Why specifically mom? It'll be nice when I get new PC set up and I can actually have all of my stuff move at the pace that it's supposed to, rather than my V-Bridger dropping to like 10 frames per second and then like missing some of my blinks or my freaking facial expressions. Your Twitch broke? What the fuck? I mean, I guess that a lot of people have been having issues with Twitch over the past week or something like that. Why are you going to ban everyone everywhere? Start by nuking Tebracord then, if you're gonna do it. I think the worst part is that you're already tempted half the time anyway. That's not even a major stipulation. Do it. And burn it all. And then, like, roll a die to figure out who you blame. Make them all paranoid in the worst possible way. Who would you nuke it for? I think that the only person that's in there that you'd probably target is Dawn, right? I guess you could target Eric. Not that Eric would fucking notice. I don't know if Kraka would notice. I don't know if she checks my server all that often. You also post, like, art more frequently in Tebracord. Aside from it, when I'm in, like, one of those mental states, I tend to post most of my art also to Krakacord. Which Christ knows that I've been in one of those mental states again. That migratory brain spike. I rejoined, like, a week after my self-exile for the weekend. But I'm not entirely sure if, I don't know where I sit on it, to be honest. As to how much I feel like I'm, like, integrated. Welcome back to the purple side of things. I think that's the interesting thing, is that I really overthink how me leaving certain servers is interpreted. I think that there's only been two servers that I've left because of the owner of the server. One if we count only when it's exclusively due to the owner of the server. Because adding everyone to ask them for money 3 times in a weekend was not my vibe. The other one was equal parts on that. One was because things were being overdone. But also very parasocial chaser community that they didn't want to prune. Which, God, I really hope that they've learned how to, because they've only been growing, which good on them. But for their mental health, I really hope that they've learned how to prune. Because, like, even dealing with one parasocial person to a certain degree is going to drive you insane. If you're to the degree where you have, like, decent-sized double digits on that, you are going to lose your... You're going to lose your mind and you are going to wear yourself out. On the parasocialism, I should say. Having decent-sized double digits and, like, just viewers is fine. It will mean that you have, unless you've been pruning, probably have a decent number of parasocial, but, you know. I was talking to Kraka, actually, earlier, speaking of which, and she gave me a few, behind-the-scenes insights. On, how some people don't want to... Some other people apparently don't want to, like, get rid of people due to them being, like, big donors or whatever. Because they feel like they owe them. Not because of, like, just the money output, but, like, they feel like they owe them regardless of how long ago it was. Which is insane to me. I think that if you do something to where you, like, are breaking rules, regardless of how much money you have thrown at streamer, you should not get a free pass. I'm also kind of biased in that department because I know of my fair share of people that outright have tossed money just so they hope that they can get, like, a free pass, or, like, oh, hey, I gave you the $2,000. Would you like to collab with me? I think that, like, in the worst case, I remember was like $10,000 or something. And they're like, hey, would you collab with me? They were saying that to Melody back when she was still exclusive to the not safe for work sites. And then they acted offended when they got banned. And they still hold a grudge from the sound of it. I mean, they hold a grudge against, like, every XV Shoujo member because they freaking... Apparently. Because their most recent thing was, oh my god, Zen was going through something bad, I hope it gets worse. And it's like... Firstly, all of them are going through something bad. Because court stuff is not fast. Secondly, you can't complain that people call you a piece of shit immediately after you say that you hope that someone's experience gets worse. Like, I'm going out of my way to be a piece of shit. Why are you calling me a piece of shit? I don't get it. What in particular was that toward? Because I did say several things, like, in quick succession on that. I'm assuming it was toward the I spent $10,000 hoping that Melody would have E-sex with me, which is basically what I was saying on that. If we're to just cut to the chase on what that exact phrasing was. I will forever laugh at the logic behind that individual. Granted, I've gotten my fill. I finally got smart. I freaking muted them so they don't show up in in the comments of, like, people that we both follow. So I won't be tempted to go, hey, I wonder how bad it is. I mean, I get out my bingo sheet for how fast can we go here. Because I enjoy myself a little bit of rubbernecking, a little bit of fly on the wallery. But at a certain point, it just kind of gets boring. Because it's all the same shit. Whether it be a bingo sheet or a flowchart. And for those that... Actually, I don't even know if that part of the VOD for Other Site got saved. Because... Because I don't know why OBS's default recording format is, what is it, freaking MVH? MKV. Which I don't know why. I mean, it's because it's, like, safer against crashes, but none of my editing software works with it. About an hour into it, it stops working on every player I have. So I don't know. I do, however, think that if it works for some people, then it's fine. I think that it was pretty far in, though, for those that caught it. But I was talking about a particular tag and how it's so goddamn formulaic at this point that I have a flowchart that I've told to several people. 3 settings. From there you have 3 setups. From there you have 2 outcomes. With maybe a little bit of deviation on it. And even the people that, like, do the deviation on that outright state that they've done the deviation Hi, Mitter. How are you doing tonight? What? Definitely a way to introduce yourself. But, where was I on that little bit? Oh, yeah. Even the deviation that tends to be, like, added to that particular thing. The 2 people that I know of that do it regularly outright said that they did it just on a whim. They just shoehorned it in. And if I really went conspiracy theory on one of them, I'd feel like they saw that the exact same freaking... The exact same story was uploaded 2 days before they freaking uploaded, and they're like, oh shit, I gotta change something. There is no way in hell that they freaking changed that much. I mean, it was like 3 pages, but still, there's no way that they freaking just, like, did all the sketching, inking, writing, blah blah blah, writing, quote unquote. In like 2 days or whatever. I do think it would be funny if that was what happened, though. Then again, some people are insane with how fast that they can, like, sketch and ink and whatnot. I know that, there's a server I'm in that has, he used to go by Tester, but now he's just T-Works. But he is absurdly fast. And, like, I'm decently fast with, like, some of my works, depending on what I'm doing. But his quality I consider higher than mine by a notable margin. So it's why I think that his speed is more notable than mine. Especially because he can do it reliably even with, like, multiple characters. When multiple characters get put into mine, it starts taking even longer. Partially because it takes me forever to find refs for, like, what I want to do with it. And then I freaking deviate for however goddamn long. Just, freaking saving and, looking into different art pieces and whatnot. Alright, enjoy Slep. Wait, you've said goodnight twice. I don't know if you're actually going to sleep or not. Unless you're just saying it like a sort of good evening kind of deal. But yeah. Tester is very, very, very speedy. And, like, several people outright pointed out. I'd like to get, Nope, lost my train of thought. I'd like to get to a point where I can have that kind of speed and also the quality. I got sidetracked with so much, like, work in the background that I kind of fell off on my practice and whatnot, which is really unfortunate. And it's partially because I've been doing a lot of setup for other site and whatnot, but... So it's not like I've been neglecting anything, it's... just that... how do I put this? I'm not more than one person. I'm not 2 people, I'm not 6 people or anything. I actually have to pick and choose what I do at any given time, and some stuff takes time. Live 2D modeling and rigging takes time. Thank you. It's one thing that I'm quite proud of, even if I personally get tired of listening to my own voice sometimes. In the wee hours of the morning, constantly freaking editing. Or after a long voice acting session when everything's all scratchy and whatnot. Because I decided to give the character with the most dialogue in the entire thing the list voice. I guess second most dialogue in the case of Healing Nature. I think that Ha had the most dialogue because she's the main character. But Maurice was, like, definitely, like, first supporting character. My ad break's about to hit on Twitch, so I'll probably be taking my break here in a second. It'll also allow me to take this dish out and give it a quick wash now that I have finished my zucchini. I'll probably call it, or like, break after the song, assuming ad break doesn't pop first. I honestly need to find myself a proper follow-up game to do some actual, like, VA for. I don't think I've done a proper series for that since Healing Nature, which was a couple months ago. Because it was before Other Eggplant's birthday. Because I think that she was the first art piece. That would be back in July? However, will be right back. Ads should be popping on its own here in a second. I'm not going to hit it because then it'll freaking pop twice. And we have problems. Yeah, I do all my own artworks. I did my own model, I did all the rigging for it, and basically everything here is what is stuff that I did. I also just kind of remembered something that I saw Doki talking about the other day, and it was a little bit funny. Is you being able to tell the difference between someone that's multi-streaming to YouTube and then someone that's multi-streaming over to like Twitch or something. Is Hey Fields, how you doing tonight? And thanks for the follow. But she was talking about how people, like, the different cultures, at least as far as, like, on the streaming side, the streamers themselves, because obviously there's waiting rooms and premieres and whatnot on the, I appreciate it. I actually have a model like this, but it's a bit outdated, so I haven't quite, like, set it up to... It might actually still be a redeemable model change. I need to disable it and Goblin mode so that people don't go putting them up and then them being, like, out of date. I need to redo the rigging on this. The plush model, I just need to redo the rigging. Liss is getting completely redone, which is kind of what I'm planning on doing sometime this week to get started on it. You. Sort of. Because you were commenting on the Fumo at first. And I was going on a tangent from that. But I plan on redoing Liss completely, and then hopefully having her with an outfit that fits for October. Let me actually... Okay, they are disabled. I had to disable them because I had one person who would constantly redeem them and... Being a VTuber is pretty fun. It definitely, especially if you're like an artist and whatnot, it is a nice extra thing to add to like your tool belt of sorts. The only downside is that you have the extra weight on your CPU and whatnot for the model actually running. It's not like heavy, but it is a little bit of extra. And it depends on how heavy your model is, I guess, to a certain degree, because I know I've definitely made models that are kinda brutal to my PC. This model actually originally was tempted to on its own make my computer cry. Because I saw Zen's gamer model a while back, and she had a few parts of it that I kind of wanted to do, especially because of the extra robo legs kind of deal. And I mean, did you tend to do traditional or digital art? Also, I appreciate it. I'm actually quite happy with how this came out. It's a very stark contrast from how scuffed some of my previous models were. I gotcha. So yeah, traditional. I mean, depending on how, like, how much stuff you had, getting replacements for it shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, I make art. That's my latest art piece because Cherno Day was just 2 days ago. I also I've done all these. Some of these are a bit older than others, obviously. Obviously, I did my own model, both modeling and rigging. The background's all mine. All of my emotes are mine. I mean, aside from that, that's just a screenshot from a video that the quote from it actually I liked a lot, so I decided to figuratively and literally tape it back there. I mean, I can. All of my... There's the socials. It has all of my commission info in the card. I'm also on Blue Sky, on Twitter, and... I also have VGen if you prefer to go through VGen. There's apparently a new site similar to Skeb that's going around that I may pick up because VGen has had some interesting developments recently that have been a little questionable. Honestly understandable. I know that a lot of people are having a lot of financial problems these days. So I can't say I blame you on that one. Better to save if you don't have the money than to do, like, I mean, something that I complained about a couple weeks ago that I actually uploaded the video of earlier today. I know a few people that, despite not having money and constantly having to ask people on socials for money, they spend the money on luxuries instead of on their bills and whatnot. Fair enough. Mine fluctuates a lot, I know that, because I'm a freelancer, so... I could have a really good month and be in the green completely, or I can, I could have a really slow month and have to eat a bit into my buffer. I used to do computer work way back when. Unfortunately, COVID, since I was a physical shop, kinda ruined that, so... And I didn't feel like going through the... It's not like a massive process, but I didn't feel like going through the process to get my vendor's license back. Just for the IRS to go, oh, sorry, you didn't make enough this month, I guess you're losing your license. Because, honestly, I live in an area that has, like, nobody anymore. That's why I was kind of saying a bit earlier that I need to go a bit searching around for voice acting stuff again. I haven't done like a proper voice acting job in a hot minute. I don't think that I'd go into like standard freaking stage work anytime soon again though. Traveling for 2.5 hours for like 300 every 2 weeks is not exactly ideal. I lost money that year because I freaking got into a car accident and, well, cars cost a little bit more than 300 every 2 weeks. I mean, that's the good thing about VA is, like, normally you're not doing your voice. The difficult part on that is if you're, like, setting up a demo reel, you do have to listen to your voice in order to, like, edit it down in order into stuff that you actually are doing. But I don't know of a whole lot of people that, like their bass voice. Why we all hire editors? Well, most people hire editors. I don't hire editors. I do all my own editing. I don't have that kind of... Like, why would I freaking pay when I can do it myself? When I don't have the money to spare for that kind of convenience trade-off. I mean, if you can find the right people and you've got the skills in video editing, you can make some decent money on that. I know someone who's... is? I don't know if they still are. They were, at the very least, a video editor for, like... a VTuber org. A pocket editor of sorts, I suppose. I don't know if pocket editor is the right term. I normally use pocket artist as someone who, like, likes to do art for free of certain people, and then occasionally they will get paid by them. But like if they want something specific. Like White Pulses for Tori. Because he likes doing artwork of her, and then he will occasionally, like, she'll want something specific, and then pay him for that, obviously. I've been editing for technically, like, a decade. If we count since I first got into YouTube. I don't even know if the old video that, like, of my first ever video is even around anymore. That was back when my computer was ass, and I freaking had, like, 0.1 upload, 0.01 upload. So it would take me, no, my first ever video I deleted. I unlisted the earlier ones, though. Some of the earlier ones. I privated some of them and unlisted some others. I don't know why how I decided this. How did this get 633 views? And a 91% approval rating? $62,000. Jesus fucking Christ. And a 90% approval rating. I'm surprised that 506 comments. God. I didn't think it had been that many. Almost 10 years old. I'm surprised that people still watch it. Granted, I know that due to it, freaking people, YouTube itself still thinks that I do Ruby content. People in general think I still do Ruby content. I haven't touched that series in, like, 6 years. Or more. It's probably been more, actually. But yeah, I've edited my own stuff for a while. Maybe one of these days I'll wind up having this side of my work actually be, you know, as a money generator to a degree that I do hire on an editor. But that'll be a while. Especially considering freaking... I'd probably, at that point, wind up making another channel to actually put, like, stuff on, instead of my current one, which is, at this point, an effective time capsule. It's segmented into different eras. Got the old Ruby era with theories. We got the Metro era. We got an entire era of Nekopara. I think the Nekopara era was before Metro. And currently we're in the, I do a video on whatever catches my attention era. I guess I've kind of had this era happen twice to a certain degree. I had a very short-lived review era, which I think I only really kept the... Oh no, I did keep, like... I did keep all of my freaking reviews, I guess. The artist archives that got eventually adapted into VTuber Vault. I also need to do more lore videos. I haven't done a lore video in a while. If we exclude the shorts, then my last lore video was 2023? Back during old model? It was like right before I freaking did my I know pretty much nothing about Hell of a Boss and Has Been. I've heard good things, but I actually have I've never gotten around to watching either of them. I do know that people are horny for the dog. Yeah, that one. And there's like one character that's got like baked in NTR or something like that. I think that's the only other thing I know about it. Baked in NTR. Naturale. It's basically a Japanese term for, he's being a cuck, or something like that. Basically the same thing. There's different nuances to it, but it is what it is. Technically, there's 3 different terms for it, depending on where we go in the freaking spectrum of things, but as far as most tagging goes, there's only one that matters. I know he's red. I don't know what all of his colors there are. Maybe? Question mark? I could have sworn that the guy that it was like Digitigrade or something like that, though. Brandon Rogers. What else has this person done? What would I recognize them from? I am very bad with names. Go to IMDb for it. I don't trust Wikipedia to not freaking... God, he's got a gun! I don't trust Wikipedia to not have his freaking filmography on a different... Yeah, only problem is that IMDb is also fucking puts everything. This is a fucking YouTube short. This is a goddamn grandpa at Disney? What? That was a commercial. That's the word I was looking for. God, IMDb really has just freaking... What? Vietnam flashbacks? Jesus Christ. I love, like, all of these shorts. I guess that he started off as, like, a internet primary dude. Yeah, I got nothing for this. Literally just a TV series apparently called Brandon Rogers back in 2006? I don't know. I just let him do his thing. I didn't put any thought into, like, specific brands or anything when I made that emote. It was mostly, I used a GIF enough times that I needed a smoke emote because I didn't feel like relying on gift subs to, like, 3 specific people that had smoke emotes for how tired I freaking was half the time. I don't know, there's only one dude that I found by the name, so... I would assume it's the right guy. I can't imagine that his name is exactly terribly common. I see. Nah. Not today. Yes. I don't know. I mean, it had freaking 80 things from what is the term for like the overarching universe of that series? I can't fucking use Nasu-verse because that's already taken by Fate. I mean, granted, Nasu's just a very common terminology over in Japan, so... But there's Mount Nasu. There's another thing related to that. Actually, isn't Mount Nasu where the Tamamo boulder was? I don't know what you're referring to at the Grandpa videos, so I'll have to take your word for it. It's sort of like Mark and, well, actually just Mark telling me that Urakaya 7 got like really good after I dropped it way back when, and I'm like, I'll take your word for it. I don't have the time to watch stuff solo. I mean, the only stuff I've really been watching as of recent has been very long-form YouTube content recently. Or lore videos in general. Like, currently I have 2 40k videos in the background. Not active, but, like, they're in my private browser. I was watching Wendigoon's Mother Horse Eyes video a bit while I was finishing up work on... Was it on this? No. I was talking with Tebber when I finished this. Was it the commission? Or was it while I was working on other sites starting soon screen? It had to be starting soon screen because I only watched through like an hour of it. Now, speaking of Fate, that's what Curbs is doing tonight. Wait, I haven't even joined in on Anime Night as of recent because I never know when they're doing anything. I don't get a notification from them until they're like halfway through a series. And obviously I'm not going to just jump into a series that I know nothing about like halfway through. And I think we've already watched everything that I already knew about. That's on the list. Aside from like if they decide to do Girls on Panzer for some reason. Do I actually have it set to where people can't DM me unless I have them added? I thought that I freaking had it set to where if they were just in the same server as me, that also worked. Which is probably something I should change, that way I stop getting bots that go, "Oh hey, would you like to buy a commission from me?" Granted, then I also get brownie points for certain servers because I go, "Hey, this person's trying to fucking scam me." They're like, "Ah, thanks, mate." Had it always like what now? What the fuck? I think Egg was late today. I think that's why I got 2 notifications. But yeah, freaking bots are kind of a problem. I actually had to get rid of a bot the other day. I mean, I should have known it was a bot, like I said to Mark. Okay, I have 2 parts to the story. Firstly, I should have known it was a bot because it joined in while I was offline and hadn't streamed for like 2 days. And it joined from like my from my Twitch specific one. Secondly, it messaged Mark, who is one of my mods. That bot is dumb as hell. Oh hey, streamer's mod, would you like to engage in my scam? Cute. I like the design. I actually need to kind of expand my repertoire a bit in regards to stuff like that. I recently I say, it was what? How? Like at least a month ago by now, right? It had to have been a month ago by now. Missions not safe for work. Not quite a month yet. I didn't realize that it was halfway through August when I freaking finished that. But between people actually commissioning me for furry artwork as of recent, and several of the people that I want to do art fight attacks on being in that demographic, I do kinda need to expand my knowledge of that kind of stuff. Especially considering that commission was like my first foray into it. And one person refused to freaking acknowledge the fact that even the freaking server owner of one of the servers I shared it in said, hey, it's fine. And they were like, oh, but it can't be fine, it's X, Y, or Z. And it's like, the server owner said it's fine. You aren't the server owner. No one surpasses the server owner. Just drop it, dude. Gotcha. I just keep it a mystery in general for Nasu. Allows me to double dip on fan arts. It also allows for more creativity when people don't know, like, what there is there. It's also kinda lore accurate, I guess. The amount of cybernetic augmentations that are actually involved. Oops. The wink is kind of one of my favorite things, because my model actually does do it rather well. And that's without me having done any real adjustments to the way that my eyes work, aside from making it to where the eyes can shrink by default, and I did one more adjustment. I don't remember what the other adjustment was off the top of my head. I do kind of want to adjust, I've had people do not safe for work fan arts of it, yeah. I myself have not commissioned anyone to do so. I've been commissioned to do so, of my own character, and I have, just for shits and gigs, done so myself. But I've never commissioned someone else to do so. I mean, I don't think it's really all that weird. The only real time that I've seen anything really weird is in relation to... It wasn't toward me, it was toward someone else that I knew. But someone just had their real-life self animated. With the person's character. And that was a bit odd. It was especially odd because that person was very, very, very parasocial about it. I think that the parasocialism from that person was weirder than the fact that they got, like, the commission done, because, I mean, if you don't have a character, sure, go ham, whatever. But the person involved with that was very parasocial toward both the streamers, really. They did it twice. There's ways that you can, you know, exercise and whatnot. I've actually gotten back, quote unquote. Both the times that I've gotten back to my freaking daily walks, it is immediately decided, hey, we're going back to 90 degrees. Summer ain't over yet, asshole. Speaking of which, though, I need to fucking epilate again, because, ugh. I mean, some people just, due to it being, like, a sort of hobby of sorts, some people don't, like, really talk about it. Always. It depends on where you sit on the spectrum of it, I suppose. Because there's some people that it's like a sort of hobby, and then other people where it's very, very much a lifestyle kind of deal. Then there's also, it depends on where on the spectrum your family is in relation to that kind of stuff. Oh, right, I forgot. This is so many different characters, and that's why it's in the basic VTuber folder instead of in any of the subfolders. Whoops, didn't mean to close that. What's that? I don't know. I don't think it's like a genetic thing exactly. Like it's a basal thing that you can't like change mentally, but like I don't think that it's tied to any specific gene. I mean, depending on how they took it, then I mean, you should be fine to just, you know, state whenever. I just know that I just acknowledge that I am lucky in my freaking birth roulette that I'm part of a family that is pretty accepting of that kind of stuff. Or at least, like, parents-wise. I don't know. I don't know if there's any science behind, like, it being a genetic tie thing. I just always assumed that it was, how the chemicals in your brain develop kind of deal. Sort of like any other kind of preference. How your brain gets wired, you know? The only thing that I know of has, at least last I knew, has outright been looked into is that trans individuals tend to actually have different brain chemistry and brain size, I think is what it is, that matches more with their what's the word? Well, with their transgender than with their birth gender, you know? So, I don't know on that. I mean, that's just freaking families half the time. Families will make those comments just in general. Like, my uncle doesn't know that I'm pansexual, but he still freaking makes the jokes like he freaking... It's like, I mean, yeah, partially. Little do you know... So it could just be just generic freaking joke comment kind of deal rather than it being obvious. I don't know how you hold yourself for anything, so I have no idea, like... Or if you've maybe made an offhand comment or something, that maybe. Going the Yuzu route, I see. Actually, maybe I shouldn't make that comment. If you don't know what that means, don't ask. I don't think you want to. I don't think you want to freaking think about that one. Oh, ad break on Twitch. I'll be right back. I need to get a refill of my water anyway. Alright. That took a little longer. I was checking for cat. I'm sorry, how you doing tonight? Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, is that sometimes, despite the fact that, there's no pre-rolls technically, sometimes you do just join in at the wrong time. Alright, take care. I'm very late to that, because I was looking for cat, but... I don't remember where I was in the conversation for a bit there. I may just end at midnight tonight, despite it being technically a shorter stream as a result of that. Just so that I actually have time to work on stuff and, well, epilate for sure. Because I need to also... I need to freaking get these brainworms out of my brain. I have one particular art piece that I've stumbled onto, and I don't remember which one of these it is. Is it even on this window? This one, I think. It's a Flandre. It's a Flandre and Remelia art piece. I know that. Which I can't wait until it's not work in progress anymore. It's really looking nice. Yeah. Check my non-existent videos. Now you want me to add you on Discord. Blah, blah, blah. I might just stop freaking multi-streaming to Kick. I've gotten a single person who's not a bot over there. And then they've also just stopped freaking showing up because I miss them half the time because I'm not looking over there because it's 90% bots. I don't know, I did kind of just freaking add it because freaking Scoo did, so I'm like, whatever, I'll freaking give it a shot, and if, I don't know, I don't like it. I do like the YouTube community quite a bit. Go figure, the place that I started off at originally is actually a community that I like. Despite the fact that it is a very different feel when it's streaming. In most cases, everyone's like chill and whatnot over there. I mean, it's not a real big, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? No major increase in weirdos that show up as opposed to freaking Twitch. Where I'll wind up having people that decide, oh yeah, you're playing Voices of the Void? I read through the entire wiki of this. I'm gonna backseat you after I'm warned 3 times, and then I'm gonna talk shit when you raid out, and it's like... And then I'm gonna get mad when I get banned. Maybe be a normal human being. I don't know, dude. People in general have been a bit meh as of recent on different socials. Not so much in chat. Chat's fine normally, but like... At least some of them have the self-awareness to go, okay, if I've crossed the line and you want to unfollow me because I make you uncomfortable, then that's fine. I'm not going to crucify you. Others are like, well, if you unfollowed me, then clearly you're part of the problem. Like, alright, bud. Speaking of which, we got what? 2 days, technically? Technically 2 days. Till... Lewd art fight. Which I'm kind of looking forward to. It'll be kind of nice to... I will not stop yelling at you. You've said tomorrow twice on 2 different days. You're not gonna cry. It falls under the purview of bullying. I mean, you may cry, but not exactly from the eyes. That's what I'm saying. And if you do the thing, you can get paid for it too. I'm more pressuring you for it so that I actually have people to hang out with while streaming over there as well. Because I'm nervous to reach out to certain people that I've already approached over there. Well, actually, no. I haven't approached anyone. They've approached me. Which I think makes it even more nerve-wracking. Despite the fact that she's also a bottom. I don't know, it's one of those things where it's freaking like... Shit! Someone's actually interested in collabing with me? Fair enough. Also... No, wait. It's not Friday yet. You said it was going to arrive Friday. I was going to say, send me your code over Discord. My brain heard phone and automatically connected. Or probably going to arrive Friday. Not confirmed for Friday. Can you imagine if you had a neural lattice specifically for that purpose? I joined the Mechanicus for the lewds. I don't know, I've seen people get off to drills before, so I guess that not unheard of. I don't have alerts like auxiliary. Gotta make sure that freaking the audio is going to blast anyone in the ears for this. Because I freaking looked at something the other day and Tier got his ears blasted out. I still don't know why that latched on. There shouldn't be a... There's not even a source here that should. Hello again, Mitter. I'm listening to see if it catches that. Okay, we're good. Oh, this is 8 fucking minutes long? Okay, never mind. I'll watch this after stream. But yeah, I freaking... I don't know, it's weird getting approached by other people. It's not like the first time it's happened, but it's always a weird feeling. Speaking of which, it's Thursday. And it's almost midnight on Thursday. Where are you? Ba 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 ba. The announcements. Yeah, you did say that your phone is dead. Unless you mean dead, which would be a big problem. Most people tend to need those. Okay. As long as it's not like dead. Is this Monday? This is Monday. Okay, so Monday, Friday, Saturday. There is not going to be a bubble gum. Broccoli, I guess. It seems to normally have more to it than freaking green beans do, in my opinion. Speaking of which, I gotta figure out what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. I could make myself a bunch of egg sandwiches, I suppose. I say a bunch, I normally do 3. Probably go with 4 because I'm offset because I put an egg on top of my my dinner last night. Offset on the number of eggs per row now. Unless sister made eggs tonight, in which case then I don't have to worry as much. If you can afford the ingredients, cooking is quite satisfying. The problem is that a lot of stuff's a bit pricey these days. Like the chicken that... It was 3 chicken... It was 2 chickens worth of chicken, but... Salmon can go from... Huh. That might be a better way to do it than freaking skillet then, because even with a bunch of butter, freaking... The, the skin would stick to the skillet. Which was a pain in the ass. Oh, did you get a confirmation on when it's supposed to arrive then? Also, I didn't know that they went through any services that delivered on Sunday. I thought that was like an Amazon exclusive thing. Twelve minutes isn't bad. I might have to actually do that then. I haven't... the problem is that freaking I've had fresh wild-caught salmon, and I have the burden of knowledge, which my cousin warned me about. Yeah, fresh wild-caught salmon is really, really good, and frozen salmon does not compare, because obviously if you freeze something, most cases there is a little bit of difference. Fish tends to be more, though, in that case, and salmon especially, because it's a little different. So it's a burden of knowledge. I still like salmon, but... it's what it is. I'd like to get non-canned tuna. Canned tuna has gotten to the point where I freaking... I don't know. My body does not like it. It's passable, but it's probably, out of all the canned types of food, is probably my least favorite canned food. I don't know, something about the way that it works, the level of salt that they put into it does not mix well with the sweet, in my opinion. And then obviously freaking, due to having cats, the amount of smell that happens between when you feed the cats and then actually getting around to proper cleaning the cans, because, I mean, you'll rinse them, but proper cleaning, ugh. There's still residue and whatnot, ugh. I don't think I've ever had a tuna steak. But I have had, you know, just tuna. It wound up getting, like, grilled and whatnot, but, like, it was like a fillet of sorts. I don't know what classifies as a fillet. Is a fillet, like, from head back? What? Because most fish aren't as big as tuna are. I keep getting told that I need to have sushi, but I live in the middle of fucking nowhere in a landlocked state, and I'm not freaking... I'm not playing roulette with the freaking Kroger sushi. I mean, for some games, they actually do it right. Like, freaking Monster Hunter actually does, but you're also playing a game where your character's able to swing a hunk of metal the size of a fridge, so... I don't recognize the name, so I don't know. I don't think I can think of a game where you get tuna that there isn't just an ungodly strong individual, because you can also get it in Yakuza, but Kiryu's also able to pick up a whole fucking motorcycle, so... Listen, I've carried enough rocks in farming sims to know that that's like saying it's like saying your Minecraft character can carry a tuna. Yes, but they can also carry a whole mountain on their back. I'm trying to think if there is one, really. Hmm. Can you get tuna in The Sims? That might be the closest one. They do weird shit, but I don't think I've seen any of them carry a car or carry, like, a mountain worth of rock. Oh yeah, actual tuna size, and then freaking... Or in games where you just automatically have, like, a fish tank along with whatever fish you have. So you just pull out and place the tuna, but you have an entire tuna-sized fish tank as well. And just a dozen of those in your pocket. Fair enough. I think that my household makes just enough to not be able to get food stamps. However, we do qualify for free healthcare. Because, fun fact, most major hospitals count as non-profit organizations. So they are required by law to allow you to have debt forgiveness on that. That's not too bad. I don't know how much we tend to spend on groceries every 2 weeks. Fair enough. Oh, actually, the next... This isn't in either there? I need to adjust that. This song is not in either of the spots that it should be. Alright, so music's gonna end for a hot second here. This... Cut this out. Put this here. I just realized that that's gonna freaking put me on that in that spot now, but whatever. There we go. I was wondering why this never actually showed up in either... I'm just stupid, dude. What in God's name? What? Kazgun, what are you on about? Did someone just have a schizophrenia attack in my other chat? Oh, still around. Oh, I was freaking... Hi, though. Apologies, I have so many bots that freaking decide to pop in that half the time if I don't have this actively open, I freaking wind up missing a bit of kick chat. I apologize for that. So I stopped putting them up on the freaking main chat here. Why aren't you allowed to do anything? No, I don't believe I know you. I appreciate the auto mod on that. It's probably because of the word bitch, to be honest. If you want to post it, I don't think I have, I think a standard freaking... Yeah, I don't have any food-specific channels, so... Standard image channel should work. Cuzgun, are you okay? Yeah, we'll go there. Twitch doesn't care if you're describing yourself. They'll still freaking bonk you for saying... anything that they disapprove of. At least it's not like Gaz's auto mod. Gaz's auto mod hates me. I can say just ass on its own, and auto mod will just say, nope, you're not allowed. We? Who is we? Well, that's because you're a gooner, and Automod hates gooners. I'm not a whole lot better, but I don't say it in chat. Oh, I half expected that. I said broccoli, you bitch! I expected them to both be on the same thing. Is that a ceramic plate, or is that a fancy-looking paper plate that gives the illusion of it being ceramic? Okay. I thought I was going to pub... Oh, are we back? It wasn't your net. That was OBS disconnecting. That means that YouTube might be dead now. YouTube, I don't know if has the protections on it to freaking keep connection going. Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna have to shame you like Zen's chat shamed her about freaking the paper plate. Did this restart, or am I... Is this gonna stay as one VOD? I'm more worried about that than anything else. It seems to be... same VOD? Kuzgun, I think you need to take your meds. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, it disconnected. Hold up, I gotta freaking restart my music, apparently. That's one of the things that also got disconnected. Ba 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 ba. This is really close to where we started earlier, so let's go up here. Who? Ba, ba, ba. No, not this one. This one. Please reconnect properly when I open this back up. I haven't watched Naruto since I was in, I think, single digits. I just remember that I was on a bit of a vacation down... where the fuck is my everything? Damn it! The BGM is still not working. Alright, you little bastard. Would you like to work? Would you like to work? You just called yourself a gooner. Don't you touch meat regularly in that case? There we go. But yeah, it's been a while since I've watched any Naruto. I'm sorry for your loss. That sounds painful. Oh, I thought you went full Mechanicus and fucked a toaster or something. How's the phone charging coming along? I don't know how desperate you are. How is the phone charging coming along? But you'd get that nice smoky meaty... I can't. I don't remember the exact phrasing on it. I'm just reminded of the lizards. Apparently someone had a different... Whose lizard emote is that? I don't have lizard on here, do I? Okay. I don't know who Mia is. Guys, Gun, you need to chill the fuck out, dude. Gotcha. What? That. What is plus? What the fuck is plus? Because minus does this. Doesn't? What? Oh, it does do that. Wait, huh? It should have shot me into the corner when I did that. Gotcha. Alright, you need to freaking chill the fuck out, my guy. I had someone talking to me about mods. Oh, it was Sin. Sin was saying that I needed to get a mod like Mike, and I said Mike would probably get pulled into a coal mine because it's the only job that none of my mods have at this point. Because we got Tebra with the factory job, Mark with the military job, freaking, Frosty with the service job. Sorry, only mods with jobs. Until you get your verification done and that classifies the job, we can't have you. It's still a hobby that you just happen to make money from occasionally, but like... According to the IRS, it's a job. Could be worse. You could be Oki, where you don't get a job because you just refuse, or you don't get mod because you just refuse to get a job. And then make an excuse anytime someone offers you anything. I'm sorry, I can't actually do art despite the fact I want to. My sister's the artist. There's a lot of people that are stupid. I mean, Tyr, you could get back to streaming, since you were saying that you wanted to. Rule 1 for being a streamer is hit the button. I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, it's a different level to a certain degree. You're actively looking. At least last you said you were actively looking for a job. Granted, I think right now since you're, like, working on a move, you, probably aren't actively looking in your direct area. I don't know why you asked me the question. Teber's the one that streams after having a full workday. I'm on my own schedule, even for, like, my job. I'm not gonna, like I said to Teber, I'm not gonna freaking pull the, well, actually, on the, I don't actually stream every day, I just stream regularly, but... Teber's definitely the one to ask that question to more. Oh, ad break. I will be right back. I'll just leave you guys on this and freaking... I need to move this. Because the smoke is just making it impossible to see. Little fuck. That's not a bathtub. Okay, what did I miss? Oops, that's not the one I wanted to get rid of. I want to get rid of that. No, I'm not actually a smoker. It's just a freaking... The emote's called Nasu am tired. It's, I just so frequently would use a specific GIF that I was like, you know what? For when despair isn't quite enough. Let me... What the fuck? Well, I see where the off-the-wall shit came from. You were a mod in Tebbers. You, as far as I know, were never a mod in mine. Because I think Mark was my only job, or my only mod until Tepper got modded. And now Frosty's modded, kind of, whenever she's here. And not stuck in the endless cycle of wage cage, bed because exhaustion. Why are you less chaotic in Tepper's chat? Tepper needs some more chaos in there. Also, yeah, you did say that, another simp was getting you that emote. That was actually, like, the thing that reinforced me saying that you needed to get verification so that you could, attract even more. Tepper gets mad about... What? And yeah, you do push stuff off quite frequently. Tepper doesn't really get mad about unhinged shit. I say frequently, it's like this thing in particular, because it's actually fucking... Half the other time, it's because you forget. When have you really said much of anything that's, like, properly unhinged. In Teber's chat. No, Ray, you say unhinged shit constantly. I'm not surprised on you. And that's not even, like, in Teber chat. That's just freaking... You said that to us last night in call. Well, in VC, anyway. I mean... That doesn't even have to be something unhinged. I mean, I've temp banned Teber for shit without them doing anything major. I know that Teber's temp banned people. I've temp banned other people for not doing anything major, and then kept certain bans because they fucking deserved it. I mean, Teber's logic, I mean, I've had my mod removed a few times. I only get it back whenever I say that I'm going to ban, like, Don or Oki or something. And Teber's like, that'd be funny, do it. Actually, if I have mod, Teber's normally in a mood where I'm not allowed to ban people, so they remove the mod. And then other times I say that I'm going to ban someone, and then Teber's like, that'd be funny, go and do it. But Teber's kind of a mindset that they don't really need that many mods because they can take care of most of the stuff themselves. Speaking of which, I need to tell Pigeon to freaking... Sari. Yes, we can. I don't remember how to send those invites. You'll also be sharing one with Gaz, I think, as a result of that. If you want VIP here, you're gonna have to pay for it. Because the people that are getting VIP currently are people that reached a certain goal. Ray, once you get your verification, you'll get the sword. If you think that's out of left field, you really should probably avoid VCs half the time. Let me no, that's monetization. I need moderation. Settings? Moderation. You could look at the socials. You're a gooner. Not moderator settings. Where are you? Advanced mod settings? Where did they hide the shared mod lists? Or shared ban lists? Oh, if you just sent me one, then that works. My Twitch? Shared ban request. There you go. Okay, moderation. What are you gonna load into? Shared ban info, just... oh, whatever. You currently have no pending requests. What do you mean I have no pending requests? I just got a notification. If I send one in return, do they automatically accept in that case? No, there's a thing for... I fucking hate how Twitch reorganizes stuff. Your pending requests, 0. However, incoming requests over here... You're such a bitch! Pain in my ass. Affiliate mutuals. Wait, Gaz doesn't have affiliate yet? Or Gaz has chosen not to do affiliate? Because I know that Gaz should have the numbers in order to get affiliate. It's been 2 years since Gaz and I have shared ban lists. I only have like 1 or 2 things that I don't cross-post. I just use buffer in order to freaking do both. Well, more real sluts. There's plenty of bot sluts on Twitter. Yeah, that checks out. Hey, Fraud Shot, been a bit. How you been doing? This isn't the right site for that. You're gonna have to freaking find the blue Twitch for that one. It's not YouTube chat. YouTube chat you can see. But YouTube chat's currently in lurk mode for most of them. Actually, considering it's past my usual runtime, most of YouTube chat might just have outright gone to bed by now. What was I talking about on the one thing, though? Oh, okay, yes. Gaz I met via Rolling Horizons and is like the only still active person from back then. It was the head pat slut thing. Ray has on more than one occasion freaking bonked her head against my freaking leg in order to self-pat with my hand in VR chat. Because I'm a desktop user and I don't have VR, so I can't manually do it. I do sometimes find, it is. I might have to actually set my webcam up to actually pick that up then. My webcam's still attached to like 6 different cables. And on this table thing here, from when I had it set up to keep an eye on Hiccup for everyone that was donating to him. You constantly tell me I need to eat more and then you don't eat? You... I mean, if you need to touch VRC for Gooner stuff, there is your master right there. Not in the actual... Not an actual master, she's bottom of bottoms, but... Like, she's got the freaking details. But with desktop, with hand tracking via webcam being free now, I might actually freaking play around with that a bit. And as of Sunday, it may go up. Due to a generous donation from an individual. My man's been putting in the work. I almost want to freaking meet this dude, like, to shake his hand or something. This is hilarious. What do you mean, no? Are you afraid or something? You afraid I'll take him? I don't know if he even swings that way, so... Yeah. See, you have nothing to worry about. Alright, enjoy the food, or at the very least the making of the food. Since you may just return beforehand. Hopefully your verification goes by faster than Lewis and Freckles did. Because a week was fucking insane. I still think it was because they were in Finland, so it had to go, since it is like an ID verification kind of deal, it had to go to the EU branch, get transferred over to whatever their home branch is, which actually maybe. No, she said that Lewis was Spanish. That might have been why his was faster than Freckles then. I don't know where Freckles is from. The point is that I think that it might have had to transfer and then transfer branches and then freaking go through and then, you know, go all the way through and all that, which might have been what took so long. Rather than me, who got verified in less than 8 hours. I'm gonna send that to Tebra, actually. I don't think I've ever had spinach and artichoke dip. Have I ever had artichokes? I've had Brussels sprouts. Which steamed Brussels sprouts with some butter on them? This is good shit. I was quite a fan way back when I had that. What's your record in reverse? If 22 is on your end. I think you said 2 for one of those days. I'm not expecting, like... I'm not expecting Alien Mummy kind of levels on this, because... that shit's gonna hurt. Them. You've told me minimum before. Because you have a minimum before you freaking... aren't freaking brain fried. From just freaking need. Might have to scrub this VOD. This might actually be freaking too far into the realm for Twitch to not get mad at me. Interesting. Gonna have to pump those numbers up then for the for the feralizer. Holy shit, my subtitles actually managed to get that proper? If I say Haruka, will the... Okay, the subtitles do pick that up as well. Interesting. Also, Tier, I don't know if you're... Okay, yeah, you're still here. I got recommended a video earlier, and Ruru is apparently friends with Haruka. Which I was not expecting. Ooh, spicy. Well, it's a matter of perspective. There's apparently some behind-the-scenes stuff that is elsewhere on that. But that's getting into freaking stuff that I don't like covering with names and freaking shit on stream. Regardless. I don't really tell. It's mostly just a fact that some people just know because friend circles kind of deal. And then some people don't know at all because freaking... I'm surprisingly sneaky in that regard, I guess. Where the fuck did my scissors go? There they are. I need to get myself a freaking wealthy individual to get me a max. What the fuck? I actually did have someone a few months back offer and they were mad that I didn't have any freaking Love Ents devices on my throne. I technically could get my hands on one. Oh yeah! Ugh, that freaking ripped my throat out. Thank you. I could theoretically get my hands on a code or two. I mean, I have a few codes tied to my account, but I could get my hands on more is the thing. I mean, I may have another one added to my freaking account soon-ish, anyway. That's the problem, though. When it comes to that stuff, it's a curse in a certain degree. Because that's the reason that I have such a keen, it's part of the reason. I already had it to a certain degree. But I have a very keen sense of hearing, so to speak. And let's just say that it did tip me off to a few things before other things came out to the public. It's a curse in its own right. I didn't guess it from the start, I should specify. However, once the other pin got put into place, I was like, oh, that explains so much. I guess it kind of freaking tipped me off to two different pins, but, you know. One of them more specifically than others. No. So to put it in Twitch safe terms, some people that were on one side of whether they were putting on an act or more engaged in the thing, and it was a bit more obvious that they were on the opposite side of what they were implying. And it later came out that they were very interested in the idea of doing things unrelated to their partner. But that's I ain't judging. However, I did find it very funny that that little twinge in my brain was like, ah, I recognize this. And then it got revealed later down the line that, yeah, they were probably more into the thing that they were doing than they let on to the crowds. But yeah. No. No, it's that's not what I'm referring to. That's a different thing, where actually completely unrelated, just to put it bluntly, I guess. Come to think of it, it may have also been, like, similar to Bubblegum's thing where, like, you know, freaking roommates being in the other room freaking adds to the whole thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think it also depends on, like, who you're with in any, like, given circumstance to a certain degree. Like, there are some people that do the verbal equivalent of dead fishing. And obviously that's going to lead to... Oh god. Sure. Oh dear. That's come to mind, though. Freaking talking about the one thing earlier. Freaking... the whole deja vu situation. I'm also semi-curious as to what it is. Oh god! I'm getting the spray bottle out. I'm getting the spray bottle. Yes, you've asked the question. I think you've also asked Teber. Actually, I think that that might have been something that you asked in Teber's chat. I'm getting the spray bottle. It's rare that I see bit rewards. Or maybe I do see bit rewards, like, semi-frequently, and I just don't register them as bit rewards. Service top, that's the term I was looking for. Surprised Fat Ass hasn't come in here to freaking beg for treats, considering. What do you mean your brain no work? I mean, it's not even a freaking... That's not even a freaking kink thing. Ray just wants to inflate someone's foreskin for science, quote-unquote. Oh, hey, a meaty emote. Didn't expect that. I'm getting the fucking spray bottle. You've yeed your last haw. Have you done the thing, Ray? You're eating chips and dip. You can take 2 seconds to snap a couple pictures and freaking do the verification process. What do you mean, no? Ray, this is why you were not allowed to do anything. Comments like this, even though I'm sure that they don't actually know that you make these comments. At least I'm assuming they're the one that said. I'm assuming they're the ones that told you weren't allowed to do anything for X amount of time. Translation, I intentionally am being a brat so that I get punished more later. I don't know, skin's pretty flexible. I do think that the issue in that case would be that it would just evenly spread out rather than being in a tube shape that you need for the balloon animal. Oh yeah, for sure. I don't even think it would hurt for the freaking skin. The fact is that there's a tube which is going to be the path of least resistance. Have fun thinking about that one. And before you say, I know you won't. That's the joke. You're going to have fun thinking about, you know what, whatever, I'm not going to freaking reiterate it. Yes. I was literally looking over to read your freaking hat. Though I will be stepping away in like 4 minutes to get a refill of my drink. I don't know why you're man-horse oceaning. You literally described it as the sad white bitch meal. Is there seasoning beyond pepper? It just looked like pepper. Damn, you're beating his ass. Do you not have pans? Yeah, and I have a fucked up knee, but I can still go on walks. You don't even have to do much with the freaking pan. It's literally the same amount of work. You put it in there, you put your seasonings and whatnot in there, and then you put the lid on so that you keep the moisture in. I don't know the fuck even through... Oh. I return in a moment. And we'll probably raid within like a half hour. Hey, yo! I swear my chat can't chill out for 5 seconds. Partially my fault, but Jesus. Also, if you pay me, I'll freaking cook for you. What? I know. I know you are. I'd be down for cooking if you're gonna clean. Cleaning's like my least favorite part of the whole thing. And then, of course, the final part of that is... no complaints here. Beat your ass. Who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are? Yeah? Screaming while you're biting my arm? Go. God, dumbass. Her foot got caught on the freaking wire of my fucking phone. I mean, sometimes all you need is mid, though. What hath Cracker? Oh. Crack was finally responding to my kingdom for... my kingdom for bottoms that are capable of communication. Oh, God, I'd forgotten about that. Freaking tomfuckery. Yes. Ray, you're gonna bring the Twitch modza down upon you. Well, you're also gonna bring them down onto me. It's fine when it's on freaking blue Twitch, but... purple Twitch do not like that kind of stuff. Granted, you can get away with a lot more on Blue Twitch stuff. Nice. I'm sorry if you've seen my history. I mean, if you're going for as far as, like, more than just a little tomfoolery. My history of people that are in it for a, like, extended relationship is not exactly gleaming. It's part of why I freaking just shifted to... I'm content with what I have. Because, hey, I enjoy having friends, and if I can have a little extra fun along with it, then it seems that the moment that you cross into this, like, officiation kind of deal, that's when things start falling apart. In my history. It's almost certainly my experience bias on that, but, like... I have had zero problems with any of the codes in my phone, that's for sure. Everyone that I am just friends with, that I also, you know, can enjoy a little extra with alongside it. Very enjoyable. Very enjoyable people, and very enjoyable across the board. I mean, you don't even have to be, like, poly with it. It's just a matter of, like, it seems that the moment that you... At least in my experience, from, like, anyone that I've seen, the only two people I know of that are in, like, a steady relationship that I've seen zero problems with are Egg with Shark and Basil with Boo. They're the only two that I know of that, like... Okay, no, 3. Because Mega also has, her partner. I've had, like, freaking shit luck almost exclusively across the board. I only see Violet and Major whenever Violet streams. And only when I see when I see her stream, like, when she streams at an hour that I catch the stream. And they're collabing, or, like, together thing. It's not even a collab, really, because Major's not streaming at the time as far as I know, but, like... But yeah. I think that's exclusively the only time I see them these days, because I left the server. But, yeah. From what I saw, they were... Yeah, from what I saw, they have a very, healthy relationship. That's the word I was looking for. I was like, what is the opposite of toxic? Ew, I don't know how to feel about the fact that that was... I don't know how to feel about the fact that that was my mindset. Oh, also, Kraka and Sakura seem to be doing well. They're also engaged. So I guess there are a chunk of, like... examples. I just have shit luck. Because I always freaking... When it comes to that level of thing, it seems that they always wind up freaking being crazy in some way, shape, or form. Pathological liars. Freaking guilt trippers. Unhinged maniacs that the moment that you... that call you an emotionless husk, despite the fact that what you're saying is, do you want to talk about how you're feeling? You know, I still don't get that one. But yeah. Hey Heem, thanks for the follow. I think that the difficult part's also just finding ways to actually, like, find people. Dating apps are dog shit. They manipulate the algo to where you never actually find anyone that you're, like, going to be with. And they're mostly fuck apps. Hey C, how you doing? IRL is... Well, let's just say that everyone... Egg said that she didn't find Shark IRL. None of the other examples we've listed tonight found each other IRL, I don't think. I have no idea on Mega's relationship. I think that Basil and Boo may have? Because I think that they knew each other from, like, high school or college or something. Shy and Buff have known each other since high school, if I remember correctly. Because they've been together for, 17 years, I think is what she said. But my direct examples are not great. I have two direct examples. My first freaking example of it ended as probably one of my worst relationships ever. And then there's my brother, who He met his ex-wife, IRL. I'm pretty sure that his current wife he met through a dating app. And even that freaking seems to be on shaky ground half the time. We're just yapping about various things. For some reason, my brain didn't register the second half of that message. DV'd. Yeah, okay. It registered my brain as to what it likely was. Fair enough. I'm trying to think. But yeah, games seem to be freaking. I think Egg said that she met Shark through Reddit, which is the funniest one I think that I know of. No, 4chan. Was it 4chan or Reddit? One of those, I think, is where she said that she found him. But yeah, freaking... I don't know. A lot of people find each other through games and whatnot, which seems to work fine. But yeah, freaking... Not exactly great. I think that everyone that I'm close to in anything resembling that, I've met through this. In any, you know, more than just standard friends kind of deal. We met each other through Blue Sky, and then freaking... You popped into my chat. And we just kind of vibed. And it wasn't like freaking in that weird spot that some people get into. And Christ knows that if I've learned anything over the past few months, freaking... Blue Sky may have been a bit of an omen at first. Yeesh. I don't know, some people have freaking been wild these past few months, and I'm... Yeah, pretty much. Just kind of showed up one day. I mean, you're shared about in more than one sense of the word, I suppose. I see that Omega lull, and it just reminds me of the Kana Nam. And I have to freaking register what it actually is every time. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, that's what half of mine are. The only, aside from Naro and Wolsk, the only person I'm technically self-subbed via is Dia. And that's because I got offered, when I got the power supply, they're like, hey, do you want to be on Prime for a month for free? And I'm like, sure. And I used my Prime sub on Dia. Tyr, you just spent, like, the past however long talking about your loneliness. No one's believing that you dom people at this point. Unless they skipped specifically to this point in the VOD. Maybe you should find that code again. I don't know if Tyr's ever taken the BDSM test. I mean, it'd be surprising if he hadn't, considering the circles, but, like, non-zero chance, I suppose. I keep classifying myself as a dom-leaning switch, but either I attract exclusively bottoms, or I'm leaning so heavily into the dom that it is very difficult to find an actual, like, dom in that regard. I made it the fuck up is not a proper source tier. How the fuck did you italicize on Twitch? Oh. Nah, I just get the bitches. Apparently. Some of them crazy, some of them less so. For better and for worse. Yeah, I'm used to adding the color to it as well, is why I didn't realize it was /me. Either way, I'm very hungry. Of us? I know that you have, you've requested art of you. Was it? Please do. My memory is so fucked up, especially when it comes to, like, all of my art projects. I know that you've redeemed up to line art, I think. Is it flat color? I haven't marked any of them as complete yet, so if it's up to 3, then it's flats, yeah. I know who I'm rating into, speaking of art, though. I'm gonna snipe myself a slot on the raid. That's part of why I freaking didn't have a problem with running as long as I did today. I see Little Poogie, and every time it looks like Kuro's. Do I say art that much? I know I talk about birthday art a lot. Would you knock it the fuck off? I mean, birthday art is around the corner at some point, and who knows? Once you get the verification, maybe I'll freaking have it be like a celebratory thing for you opening up your new account. Well, you know, the ability to stream on your active account. I mean, on the actual birthday, I could freaking... The actual birthday day, I'll be at least streaming on for Tuesday. As far as to what's going to happen, freaking... We'll just say that it's we can do a celebratory type piece for you. Yeah, I'll probably be epilating as well, but I will be in and around VC. That being said, This is social, so you can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter, and to keep doing things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and Art Lacey in the corner. There's also my card, which has all of my commission info and all the other sites that I use, including the other Twitch. That being said, as well, that's kind of it for me tonight. Tomorrow, I'll probably actually be on Blue Twitch, as FAFO Friday. And we'll be probably working on new model stuff. I don't think I have any other real announcements. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz. And I will see you guys possibly tomorrow. If not, then possibly Saturday. Love y'all. Bye. Behave yourselves.